Hey, hey, who's up for a random Friday afternoon stream? I am. Welcome back to Starship EVO. There's been a lot of patches on this. Hats off to the dev. He's super responsive. I know last time I streamed this, I had quite a few issues with crashing. So I opened a GitHub issue and attached logs, and there was a bunch of other people having the issue as well for various reasons. He thinks that's fixed, so I guess we'll see how it goes. I've been playing a little bit, and I haven't had any more crashes, so we shall see. I forgot to open up my... Oops. I guess it doesn't alt-tab very well. I forgot to open up my chat over here on my other monitor, so I can more easily see you guys. Here we go. Back to the game. Bada bing, bada boom. I've got it on my backup monitor over to my left, but it's hard to see. So I've made some refinements. If you were here for the last stream, if you're watching this post stream, this is the ship we built last stream, and then I've added on to it, improved it. I went into space. I got a few sunstones, and I built the, I forget what it's called, like the warp drive, travel drive, whatever that thing's called. I forget. And I played around with it quite a bit, made some improvements and whatnot, but this was just kind of a get-her-done kind of ship, you know. Go mine stuff. Nothing too fancy. I did play around with the folding solar panels just to learn more about hinges and buttons and whatnot. So I want to go build a proper ship that, you know, looks cool. It's a little more functional. Take what I've learned. One thing I learned is I need a bigger docking port. It takes forever to unload that when I come back to the base. So we're starting with a big docking port. I've got the one biggest collector we can get here. So I've been kind of roughing it out. I've got the big cargo, and I've got the two mining lasers and the collector, a docking port, and then back here I've got a stone ejection system. So you can take the one-way conveyor, and it has a variant that is actually a filter, which is cool. A lot of times I forget to scroll through these. It also has a router, which looks like it'll send stuff a different direction, like a sorter basically for other factory games. There's a valve. I'm guessing you can turn that on and off, and then there's just the regular one-way conveyor. So kind of cool. There's all these variants you can play with. A lot of times I forget to look and see if the part has little dots down there. That means it has a variant. Anyway, so this has a filter set up on it. And this, I don't know if it's buggy or if I'm just misunderstanding how it works. It doesn't work if you have pull and push items turned on. If you have that turned off, then it works. So there you go. I have created a filter, world items rock. And then this back here is set to expel mode. So it's a collector set to expel mode. I've got the collector and the ejector both turned off at the moment just so they don't interfere with stuff. Highway Pup 1978. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoy them. Thanks for hanging out. First live stream. Yeah, welcome. I don't get to stream on a regular basis, so they are always random. Here we are. So I've got kind of the basic shape, and then we're going to build a spaceship around this. That's the idea. And we're just going to chill. I'm tired. It's been a long week. My back hurts. I just want to chill. That's why we're not playing any like shoot 'em games or anything that takes a lot of concentration. We're just going to hang out and chill. This game does have a little bit of music, which I usually have turned off, but I'll turn that up a little bit. We'll see if it gets too obnoxious. I can turn it back down. So I think I'll start with maybe the front of the ship and kind of figure out how I want the cockpit. I've got my jetpack on. I think I'll just go ahead and go into no clip mode. Makes it easier to get around and do the building. I've got a wooden box there with a bunch of parts in it. That's what we're going to be using. Doesn't look like I have the canopy, so let me grab those. Canopy, and then we'll get our seat, yoke, and computer. So let's kind of get the shape and feel of the ship figured out. Another thing for this ship, I'm going to use actual hull material that's built from steel rather than the scrappy hull. So maybe it'll look a little better. And I've also changed my subgrid. So I can go all the way down to an eighth of a meter. So we can get some really fine detail. Also, I made a bunch of different detail parts out of steel. I do have some scrappy hull if we need it. Oh, I should put the construction anchor on here before I forget. That way it won't fall out of the sky when I put the seat down. So I'll just slap that on there for now. Yeah, well, this is one of my main complaints of this game is you can't tell which way a lot of stuff is. Like, there's nothing on this ghost image that tells me which direction the anchor is going to be. So you'd have to kind of just keep playing with it until it... I mean, not that it matters, but there's some stuff that matters, and you can't tell which way it's going. So hopefully that'll get fixed at some point. But anywho, let's figure out how to get a cockpit on here. And I kind of want the cockpit to be pretty much right above the collector. And then the lasers are kind of on each side of the cockpit. I almost want to be able to see the lasers when I'm mining and be able to see the collector a little bit maybe. So let's kind of play around and see what we can figure out to make that happen. So this is... So I could have that sit right on the collector actually. So let's put in here. Oh, I should get symmetry turned on. There we go. Turn that on. So we kind of need a floor. Also, I want the option to do some detailing up here. So there's going to be a lot of spitballing. We're just chilling. If you're just tuning it in, we're just chilling building a ship. There'll be lots of iteration. I kind of know what I sort of want, but I'm also not 100% sure. Actually, let me knock. I've already changed my mind. Let's, oops, no, I want to go. Let's just go to the middle. We'll let symmetry do its work. Let's go to there. And then on the canopy, there's different... Yeah, so we got the slope. If I wanted to, yeah, I want it to be like that way. So it needs something there to go against. So I put that across there. Oops. So a lot of times you have to place things down to be able to put something where you want it, and then you can remove that later. So if that's there, and we're sitting in the seat, yeah, I think that's about right. So I need to make this bigger. Let's just do that, and we can figure out where to put this canopy. And I'm going to hit M, which will turn off the mirroring temporarily. And then, do we want it kind of like that? And then this comes over to about there. That'll be that part, and then let's fill that in. Then how do we get the other part on top of it? That's the next question. So I think I need to... Nope, nope, nope. It gets a little wild sometimes. Like, no, that's not what I want to do, game. I'm gonna come across like that and then come out like that. Then let me come back this way a bit. Let's see if we can plop that on there. There we go. Then the chair will be like right in here somewhere. So if I'm like sitting here, I kind of look over and see the mining beams. So what if I had the chair here? And I can see where I'm collecting. I can see where I'm mining. I do have this kind of right in the way, which is a little bit of a bummer. But we'll also have the yoke here in the way, so I don't think it's going to be a huge deal. We've only used 8 of my cockpit. All right, cool. So I made 40. So now if I wanted to come back across here, I think once again I need something to sit it on. Let's do that, and then I can do this. And then I wonder, is there a... I don't know if we have a window that will help me out here. I don't think I have any of those built. I got the blast door. So it's almost like a cockpit you climb down into. I think I need to go wider. Actually, now that I'm looking at this. Let's go wider. So we're gonna have to redo that. So that's, yeah, pretty well lined up with the side. Homeopathic fossil. Vroom vroom. Welcome. Also, did I turn the volume down too much? I don't know. The ocean was a little loud, so I turned it down some. All right, let's roll with this and see if that works out the way I want it to. Oh, that's the max you can go. All right, we'll use the, oops. I'm going to use the symmetry. I've got symmetry turned off. Let's do that for now. I wonder if I should start back here, though, and then I can build, not sure. Can I put stuff on? No, I can't build on the canopy, so that wouldn't work. I could build like a desk. I can build off the sides, right? Yeah, I can build off the sides. I wonder if I should make that a little deeper. Hey, Demos, you did. You caught me. Got me red-handed. Another random Kerbo stream. There's going to be a lot of spitballing here, folks. I am trying to figure out what I want to do with this ship. So I thought I would fire up the stream and chill in case anybody wanted to come in. So I'm wondering... Let's leave the chair there for now. Yeah, that's not what I want. Let's bring this out and we can play off of that for a bit. All right, then mirror mode back off, back over to here. Actually, what if I did just start here? I would need to be up about there. So what if we go across here, Can I come out enough now it won't interfere with the chair? I can't. So we're going to have to remove the chair. I don't want it. Yeah, I kind of like that better. So about coming out about 1.5 meters, I think, is the play. So let's get rid of this. Then we need to add a block on here. Keo Breathless, welcome. Going all right. Been a long week, so I went ahead and took the afternoon off. Thought I would chill and make a spaceship. That's the plan. All right, we come out 1.5 meters. Yeah, we need to be out about 3 more blocks, I think, to do what I want to do. So let's do that. We're going to come out. Whoa! Not that many. Come out to about there, and then we'll bring this out. 1.5 meters. It's a little fiddly because you have to have blocks to attach the canopies to get it to work. But we'll work through it. All right, I'm going to turn mirroring back on, and we're going to go back to the small mode. Oh, you don't like hitting that glass there. Okay. Got it. Oops. All right, then we'll do... So what I'd like to do is... I need 1 more block. Come forward 1 more block. Nope. It's not going to let me because it's going to interfere with the glass, I think. It doesn't want me to bring that forward. So I can't set the top canopy where I want it, unfortunately. I can maybe stretch it a bit. Let's do that. We'll come across. Can I come up 1 notch? No, it needs to be 2. I'm out of canopy if I do that. I need to make some more canopy. Alright, we can do that. If you didn't see my little door building tutorial video, we've got an automatic closing door on the base. Made a little 4 or 5 minute video about how to do that. Let's see. Do I actually have... I don't have any canopy hidden away. Alright. I think it's called canopy. It is indeed. So let's make 10 here and 10 here. Logic system I'm fine because I have a big like electronics background, so I've done a lot of that kind of stuff. That being said, I haven't played with it a ton yet in this game, but it seems like it's all there. Logic box, event gates. It all makes sense. So this is my little logic closet. Got stuff hidden away, so I can turn on and off the smelter and my electrolyzer with just push buttons in various places. So this is like the main control panel. I've also got a push button back here on the machine itself. You can turn it on and off either place. That stuff's all pretty straightforward. These are gauges for the hydrogen and oxygen. And it looks like we might be done building canopy. Indeed. Oh, I forgot it makes... Okay, we have a lot of canopy now. I forgot it makes 4. So I just made 80 more canopy. Alright, we can go to town. We can really make a canopy now. I forgot to look. Some of the stuff makes more than one. Alright, let's scroll down. There we go. I always forget which way to scroll. Go back to, so I want to go over and then forward. Then I want to go back to the, dang it, I always scroll the wrong direction. Go back to this guy. And I'm going to need some stuff to put him on. And then this is going to be kind of a cockpit. You basically just hop in the seat. Well, maybe I should move the cargo back a little bit. Hey, you're welcome, Breathless. Yeah, I love games with logic and control, stuff like that in them. One game that has a ton of that I need to get into someday is Stationeers. I bought Stationeers back when it came out. The controls back then were so horrendous, I had no desire to play it. They've since fixed the controls so that sane people can play it, instead of just Dean Hall. But I've yet to get back into Stationeers. Someday. Yeah, I'm thinking, let me get my note clip. I'm thinking I might move all of this back. And have like maybe steps down into the cockpit area. So let's do that. Let's just get rid of all this. It's easy enough to rebuild. So we might go ahead and have this guy come back one more. Then have the cargo container on there. Yeah, that kind of stuff, Breathless, I don't think works yet. That's one of the problems I had. Like, you have to link the screen to one battery, and then that battery can be full, and the others are all empty. So yeah, we need some, like, aggregation. Some way to aggregate stuff together. It's a little tricky to get the cargo in here. So bear with me. Try that. I forget now exactly what size that was. I think I need to come up a little more. So getting used to all the controls in this game. It's a little awkward. I kind of wish you could just build the size and then move it into place. I don't think you can do that as far as I know. So I think I had it about here-ish. It was 96,000, 128,000. That'll work. I should try compressor. Interesting. I've never heard of that one. Yeah, this game doesn't work well when it's with alt tabbing. There we go. Sorry. Let me throw that on my follow list real quick, so I won't forget about it. Com pressure. Copy. Oh, that looks right up my alley. Let me throw a follow on that. Thanks for the recommendation. I'll check that out later. I've got a bunch of games like that. There's also Crumb, which is like a breadboard simulator, basically, where you can make actual circuits. I made several videos on that. All right, so we have our giant storage back. It's moved back one conveyor. So these could actually be... these could actually be one conveyor now. Instead of multiple. Let's do that. Then we can continue building on... This is a spaceship. I wish it would remember which size block you had, instead of always switching back. Alright, we can get rid of that. That was just to hold the mining lasers in place. It is nice that stuff just kind of floats there while you're building. It does make it handy. Oh, I wanted to go look. Let me go see if there's any kind of a window that might be able to help us. Also, if I open that manually, it'll just stay open. I don't know if that's a bug or a feature, but it works nice. I don't think I had... Oh, I do have these windows. Is there a variant of that? I don't know that there is. I'm getting very full. Let's put that up in there. No, it's just that. Well, they are resizable, though. I could maybe work with that. I want some, like, side panel viewing. So let's make some more of that. Spell it without a Q. And that does make 4, so let's be careful. We'll just queue up one of those. Yeah, it'd be neat if you could have... I think there are things that will tie into Spice and, like, animate it. I'm sure I've seen stuff like that over the years. There's another resizable window? Frosted window. Oh, is it the window tile? Is that the one that's resizable? Let me just make some of that, too, and we'll try them out. That on there. Put up my backpack. Number 9. Ah, there we go. All right, cool. Now we have a couple of different Windows options. Oops, I hit the wrong button. I think it's good, though. One thing I'm not sure about is that. Can we squeeze... Oh, nice. That's exactly what I was looking for. Perfect. Does that have any kind of like side to it? No, it looks like it's the same either way. Forgot to turn my symmetry back on, so we'll do that again over here. Okay, and then this will be blocks, and then we can sit here and we can see stuff. Yeah, I think it's kind of coming together. So we have that, and then we need a floor. Don't like that that doesn't exactly line up. Oh, that's there. Yeah, I think that'll work. We'll have to get into the greebling and stuff at some point. Failed self-taught double E. Nice. I would love to get into embedded electronics. I'm a Linux guy. I've done server, IT infrastructure for almost 30 years. And just never could get my foot in the door anywhere with embedded electronics, even though I've done a lot of that as a hobby. Never could get my foot in the door anywhere. I'd love to do embedded Linux, but yeah, well. All right, so should we make this the floor or should we make that the floor? I think we should probably make this the floor. So let's see how this plays out. So I want my yoke to be kind of here in the middle. Oops. Oh, it won't let you build anywhere in here. Interesting. Does that mean I can't put my yoke there? No, I can put the yoke there. I think that's even in the middle. Look at that. And then if I have my seat here... Yeah, I think that's going to be about right. We got this in the way, which I'm not excited about. But we can kind of see under it. Makes me want to redo the whole canopy. Yeah, in the right market, fossil fuels, it can be, or in the wrong market, I guess, it can be hard to get in. We had kind of a glut of developers for a while. Best of luck to you. Hope you can find something. Yeah, I'm getting Star Citizen vibes now. It makes me wonder if I should just set this up a little higher. I think that's the play. I think we'll move the yoke and the seat up. So if we move the yoke up, like say 2 blocks, then we move the seat up a couple blocks. Now let's put our yoke down first. That's in the middle? Yep, that's in the middle. Is that right in my face? It's kind of right in my face, but we can sort of see over stuff now. What's it look like? Yeah, I need to move the seat back a little bit. It's a little bit in my face. Kind of had that feeling. So, more like... There? Or I'll spend half an hour trying to get the seat in the right position. That's not terrible. This is still kind of in my eye line, but it's not quite as terrible being up a little higher. I think I can work with that. Yep, now's the time to fix it for sure. Alright, so we can get like... I want to have instrumentation and stuff in here at some point. So I know there are ladders in the game. But they don't work. So there's that. So as far as like getting down in here, we need to figure that out. So if we come up to there and then... Well, that does line up. Okay, cool. Sometimes it's a little hard to tell with the perspective what's going on. We're going to need a lot more hull, aren't we? Controlled by yokes. Yeah. It's a game. Okay, so let's try to start enclosing, like, the canopy. I think I'm going to probably knock that out, and we'll redo that. If I put one of you on here... Ugh. Oh, that's not right. Yeah, it's not going to let me do what I want to do. Which is kind of a theme with this game. So I could do... I think I need to do it like... I think I need to do what I want to do this way. Yeah, it doesn't line up, which bothers me, but just don't look too close at it. So I think we'll close up this space like that, because I do want the ship to be airtight. It did turn... Yeah, I turned mirroring on. Okay, good. Don't have to redo all this on the other side. So in theory, that's going to be airtight. Along this part, anyway. And we're going to have lots of, like, greebling and whatnot all over the ship. And actually, I should have put a... Probably should have put a plate here before I did that. Yeah, we'll figure it out. Let's get the cockpit itself figured out. And actually, this one needs to be a full block. Zoink. There we go. As I get this figured out, I may want to rebuild large chunks of it just for painting purposes. We'll see how I don't know how the seams are. With steel, it's just kind of one big piece, I guess. Yeah, there are seams here. Okay. Oh well, that's not the end of the world. Anyway, we'll put this all back to default colors. For now. So how do we get down in here? I'm in my ship. I'm walking around. I just drop down into here. I can't hop out. Well, I can kind of hop out, can't I? Oh, you got your forklift, sir? There you go. My nephew just switched jobs to be a full-time forklift operator. They're needed. All these distribution centers around the country. Armrest. Yeah, it's a little open area, isn't it? Yeah, we'll figure it out. Alright, let's go back up here. 5. Next size up. I could just jump out of there. I mean, that's a solution. Not sure it's a good solution, but it's a solution. So what I'm wondering is, can I... I tie those together. If I do something like this. Whoa. Oh, crap. Don't know that I can tie that together over here very cleanly anyway. So if we do, come on, come on. I gotta figure out what blocks I need to make this work. Yeah, we might be able to live with that. Yeah, the little Dukes of Hazzard just crawling through the window. Phone lit up. It's Dairy Queen. Leave me alone, Dairy Queen. Yeah, I'm really bad at designing spaceships, in case that wasn't clear yet. I'm okay at making like things work. Making them pretty though is definitely not in my wheelhouse. So we'll do something like that. We have something like that. They have to have enough room here to drop in. Now I'm rethinking my whole cargo bay design. Yeah, I think I'm making this too complicated. So I'm gonna just get rid of all of this. Oops. I didn't want to get rid of that. Another annoying thing it does is it changes shape on you when you point at stuff sometimes. So it'll have the square still selected, but it changes the shape. That can get kind of annoying. Alright, let's get rid of that. I need to put the canopy rail back. I'm going to temporarily put that back. And go back over here. Hey, don't be afraid to iterate, right? I think I will keep that this solid. At least for now. Alright, we can get rid of that. That. Or we have the window there, and this could be some switches and stuff. Because I will have switches and things around the cockpit. Interesting ideas. Since I've already got this here. Do that, and then a little bit of that. A bit of that. Yeah, I think we'll build off of that, and we'll have the cargo be just all the way underneath. Then the question becomes, do we want the cockpit area to be sealed off? And I kind of think I do. Did I have any pieces that would make sense to hook this up? What are these guys? Ooh. Interesting. I made some pieces I haven't played with yet. That has some possibilities. We can add some greebling to make it a little less boring. Oops. Those could hook into the side like that. We could make some more detailing around it to make it look more interesting. Alright, I think I have the front of the ship kind of sort of how I want it. We need to get the detailing in here around the collector and whatnot, but we can make that happen. Make a space quattro. Well, my first ship is pretty much a meme. It's a flying box. It got me to space, and I got some sunstone. So it's a functional little ship. It's got cool little fold-out solar panels. It's got a lot of stuff packed into its little form. I got all kinds of switches and stuff in here to do things. I don't think the blueprints work in survival, from what I've heard. Breathless. You can absolutely take blueprints, though. So if I bring up tab, I've got this saved. I should update the blueprint. I've heard it's super buggy. Like if you go to space stations, you're supposed to be able to load in a blueprint. I've heard it's very buggy. You can delete your ship and all kinds of stuff. So I don't know much about it. I haven't tried it. All right, we need to put our cargo bay back. So let's get that sorted. And actually, to do that, I need some blocks down here. We made this kind of come in, and it's this width. Going back. How would that look? If we put our cargo here, that's a little large, a little on the large side. Do want this to be a large ship. Yeah, I think it needs to be wider below. Just how do I transition to that without it looking stupid? That's the thing. Yeah, I think I'll have it be wider. Yeah, just a little board cube action. So we just turn off symmetry and it won't be interfering with anything. No, keep it that width or that depth. So we could go 36. That gets us 128,000. That should be plenty. And is that, yeah, that is tied into the storage, so that will work. There we go. So something like that, and then the outside will get greebled and covered up with hull. We need this whole thing to be up higher. Can I move this? It's in build mode without screwing everything up. I can. Good. Let's move it up a little bit. Oh. Sometimes it spins around and gets weird when you're moving it. Just paint it caterpillar yellow. I am a fan. Caterpillar. My son had a little... was it a bulldozer or dump truck when he was little? Caterpillar. Good times. So we have this here. Can I put a... Interesting. So I can't actually put a block there. Okay, cool. Because I was kind of wanting to like come back off of this and like tie it into the ship somehow, but I don't want to get too crazy. There we go. Got some anglage happening. Probably should have brought that down. Oops. Didn't mean to stretch that quite like that. Of course, we want the bottom to be something besides just flat. Need to put some bits and bobs in here to make it look cool. It's going to kind of make it hard to tie into this. So yeah, I think I'll do something different. That's the basic structure. And then I want an ejector on the... I was going to have it on the back, but what if we did it on the sides? We had our big engines in the back. Oh, they drive the great big trucks. I bet that is not as fun as it looks some days. So how would we come over to here? That's the question. And look interesting. Not just the giant box, which is pretty much what this is right now. Let's put some whole skin on it just to rough out the shapes. Ooh, you end up on the half. Okay. Probably work with that. Do I kind of want the sled look? Yeah, I think I want to come back in a bit off of here. So I need some detail in there. It's hard to make it not just flat shapes. Yeah, just drive around slowly, try not to fall into the big pit. See, here we can do some fun detail because of the different, oops. Because of the different block sizes. You do something like that. Make it a little more interesting. That kind of works out. It doesn't go all the way across, so we have to use the symmetry. Make this ceiling. Yeah, let's have a portal on the side. I don't want to do it all at one shape. So we'll come up to here. Oops. I need to make some more of this window. And then can we inset this? Yeah, let's inset this window a bit. Add some visual flavoring to it. Brownie fudge ice cream. That does sound pretty darn good. Yep, I want to bring this down one notch. Wrong button. Love that you can go down in size on the detail. It's going to be great in Space Engineers too. That's finally finished. Be able to go down to the smaller block size. Alright, so I was doing this to make it kind of more interesting. So now we need to see, what can I do here to make this... I was kind of thinking something like this maybe. Add some visual interest to it. And when this is painted, it'll look even better. Yeah, brownie fudge is pretty good. I think Rocky Road is that's my go-to ice cream. Okay, that'll work out to there, but not on the corner. We need to figure out this corner here. In the game, homeopathic fossil fuels, you talk about in the game. I automated that door, and then I have a little bit of logic for turning the electrolyzer and my smelter on and off. Not too much. Mainly just the door. There you go. And add some visual interest. Oh, my job. I haven't done any electronics really as a job. Mostly as a hobby. I do IT infrastructure, so servers. Running Linux in the data center is my day job. I've done a lot of electronics my whole life, ever since I was a kid. Circuits, you know, TTL logic, all that kind of stuff, microcontrollers, things like that. Yeah, it's not terrible. I still need to figure this out. That's going to take some doing. But we're getting there. We almost have like an airtight space I could start working on. Actually, I wonder if I should... Yeah, I think I will... seal in the bridge. Let's bring this down. Let's get rid of this. Let me bring this up. Actually, I should probably put in the blast door first because I don't remember how big it is. I don't have blast door on me, do I? There's my blast door. Throw that stuff in there for now. I'm done with the canopy for now. They weren't behaving like NAND gates. That's no good. Blast door. Yes, please. This does not have a separate size. Oh no. It's a little too short for a blast door. Well, I guess we'll do a custom door. How do you like that? So if I was to do a custom door, it should be about 2 blocks. That's my door width. Let's make that like green, just so it stands out. That's my door width. Alright, we'll have to do a custom door. That's fine. We kind of wanted to do a custom door anyway. Come on, game. I need you to play a ball game. Not play a ball game, but play a ball game. Play ball game? You know what I mean. Yeah, something like that. Let's make that a full height door. Should have one little block across the top. How tall is that? Oops. Oh yeah, I don't bonk my head on that. We're good. Oops. Okay, so I'll have to make a custom door in here. Well, this whole space will be... Do I want this a separate oxygen environment? Maybe I'll just have a doorway. Might just have a doorway for now. Yeah, let's just have that a doorway for now. I don't know that... I thought about having it sealed off at the blast door, but... I think it's going to be more trouble than it's worth. So this will be kind of the like crew quarters, work area, etc. And then one kind of an engineering space in the back. Then also something I'd like to have is a way to get into the ship when it's parked on the ground. Maybe a folding ramp of some kind. So we'll figure that out at some point. But let's go ahead and make the door here. Oh, that's how I was doing that. All right. I was confused there for a little bit. There we go. Now we're cooking with gas. Yeah, I think they fixed the blast door problem. If you do the 1x2, they seem to work fine. Alright, it's kind of coming together. We need something going on the bottom here to make it look interesting. For now, we'll just surround it with armor. I'm calling this armor. Not really armor, but. It's hull. And I'm going to need to go make some more. There we go. We'll have more greebling. I'll put a docking connector somewhere at some point. I just kind of want to get the shape roughed out. And also, I need to go get some more hull being made. It's a little tricky sometimes with the event. Like, it takes a while for the door to reset. I haven't quite figured that out yet. Let's see. I've got curved. Oh, yeah, I keep forgetting I've got other blocks I can work with. Should put some curves on this bad boy. We've got 119 steel. Excellent. Let's go make some more hull. Just straight old hull. Let's go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oops. Miscounted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Have the assemblers start working on that. Yeah, maybe character size. I don't know. Let's go through it in third person. Ow! I think I picked like the normal medium height for this guy. I know, and also in the past there were problems getting through there, and then they fixed that. So depending on when you last had that issue, it could have been just the problem. Okay, let's go ahead and finish this back to at least here with what we have right now. And we have you going back to there. You know where this thing snaps, it won't necessarily go. Oops. Won't necessarily go how you want it to go. Just got the human character? Yeah, I don't know. Symmetry? Hello? Just decided it wasn't going to symmetry today? Alright. Oh, because it didn't have enough. I'm not sure I need that much fuel, though. Fuel seems to last quite a while. So maybe we don't need to do that. What if we did this size? Times 2. That's a little too big. Kind of debating on whether to make this the same size, the full length. Maybe we can make some little bump outs just for some visual interest. Not sure. What I could do is kind of go ahead and finish this out, and we'll figure out the back end of the ship. And I'll see how much I hate it. Out of hull. Yeah, the vehicles can be fun. We're getting my wife's Honda CRV. I basically strap it on. All right, let's go. You guys, you're slow. You need to make stuff faster. To work on something besides hull, I guess. We're running out of hull. Well, assuming we're going to have this be basically a big barge, then I'll put details all over it, so hopefully it doesn't look completely terrible. We need something going on up top, possibly, as well. We can do a lot of detailing. Let's get some more of these systems in place. Let me just get up here in the ship. So what I kind of wanted was this to be like a little work area, and then there'll be another... Let me see if I have enough to make a little wall. Did something here. That's too narrow. And basically, then I want to have some kind of door here for sure. Or will I have it back here? Maybe we'll have it back here. Should we have it in the side? I'm trying to figure out how I want to get in and out of this thing. I kind of like the idea of just having massive engines on the back. And maybe we'll have engines on the side and we have this more of a fold down ramp coming up to a blast door. So if I did stick a blast door here. I have to bring the roof up a bit, I think. About the same height, basically. Yeah, so the blast door would be part of the roof, unless we put, greebling over it. Okay. I think we can make that work. Yeah. Then we'll have some kind of folding ramp here, and we'll have engines, I think, on the side. Maybe have some pylons coming out. We could use some of our other interesting blocks. You like the futuristic Monbasu trailer home, right? Yeah, it kind of just grew. I'd be lying if I said I had a plan. Let's take a look at some of these other shapes here. We're done with the windows for now. We have these as well. Yeah, these are kind of interesting. So what if we... we did something like that, and then we have like the engine and the cells out here. Oh, this is my fake engine to sell, just to see what it looks like. Yeah, I kind of like the look of that, so we'll do that. We'll have the engines out here, hanging off of those thingamajiggers. Come here, you. Neat. What can we do with these guys? That's what it looks like? Ooh, actually... Means you have to kind of trick the game into doing what you want to do. Nah, I like the other one better. That's an interesting thing we can do, though, with those parts. Fun! And then what are these little guys? But you can't resize them. You can resize them that way? Ooh, there we go. We can have a lot of fun with detailing. Alright, how we doing on full production? Give me the goods. Got 24 more made. Alright. Come on, chugging away, assemblers. Wait, do you guys say you're done? Wait, did we run out of iron? We had like 119 iron. Oh wow, we burned through that in a hurry. Well, we're gonna have to take my crappy first ship and go mine some iron. Who wants to go mining? If you haven't seen it, this is my little crappy first ship I built. I call it crappy just because it looks crappy. It's very functional. I mean, here, it's got a little blast door, but we don't need that because we're not going to leave the atmosphere. I have a little trapdoor so I can easily access the storage from inside if I want to. Got a little bit of logic here doing all the things. This will bring the solar panels up. I can also do that outside. All your standard gauges here. I can activate the collector, and then these are valves that let me take in oxygen or hydrogen. And we got life support and reactor. It does have a little reactor on board. So let's go mine some iron. Oops. Nope, cancel. Is it V to scan? There we go. I've also been playing some No Man's Sky, and I think it's C to scan. If I remember right, I had a big iron mine. I know there's a little bit there to the right. I think I had a big iron mine over here. Yeah, here it is. Woo! Alright, let's turn on our collector. Get some iron. You really blow through the iron, making the hull stuff. I made this all with this scrappy hull, so I wanted to make a ship with proper hull. And I didn't add a stone ejector to this, so we'll have to just dump out the stone. Actually, I could make some stone blocks out of it. Might make a landing pad out of stone blocks. Oh crap. I keep forgetting. Tab is not inventory when you're in the ship. Tab is boost when you're in a ship. I went to check my inventory. Good thing there's no like collision damage yet. Oh, I missed your message up there, Demo. Sorry about that. Yeah, I think it's just one dev making this. And like I said at the beginning of the stream, he's very responsive. I think it's he. Very responsive on the GitHub with issues and stuff. Rolling out patches in short order. And hey, I haven't had any crashes yet. We've been playing for an hour and a half, so knock on wood, that is indeed fixed. Yeah, he fixed some of the crashes. Some people are still having some issues. But I haven't had the I haven't had a crash since he said he fixed it. Mine 2,000 ores, Steam achievement. Alright, we're full. We're not picking up any more stuff. Whee! So let's dump out. Well, I guess we'll just keep the stone. So I can come back over here and I can dock now. And it'll slowly pull this out. Now, whether the smelter will pull it in or not, it remains to be seen. It's kind of glitchy. I don't know why, but when you go to dock, it comes in 90 degrees and then it rotates to where it's supposed to be and then it docks. Don't know why it does that. Just be aware of that when you're building your landing pads. Alright, I don't think we need the power, but I will go ahead and then put my solar panels down. So if we go look in here now, is it pulling anything out? Yeah, it is slowly pulling out. What if I do this? Then it's instant. We don't have to wait on it. Was it shift? Shift. So this will eventually pull it out. It just takes forever. So they recently added filters on the docking connectors. So I have pull filters on my station dock. It says pull in ore, rock, or scrap. Anything docked to there. And since I built the smaller docking connector on that ship, I can only use this size of conveyor, which is really slow. It will eventually pull into there. Hey, Austin. You ran into the issue with connectors. I couldn't figure out how to pull hydrogen oxygen from the electrolyzer. Like to refuel your ship? It's been a while since I refueled because it uses so little hydrogen. But what I did is on the connector, I set it to pull. And then I have valves. Here, let me go to no clip mode. So on my connector here, now you can do filters. So I have valves here that are turned off, so it normally won't pull in anything. Windows error sound. I actually don't remember how the docking connectors used to work. And I don't know if I bring out my linking tool. Yeah, it's at 80%. So I could see if I could refuel this real quick. So I don't have a push filter on here. I don't have a pull filter on here. I actually haven't refueled since they changed the docking connectors. So let's just try it real quick. So we are docked. Let me hop in my seat so I can access the switches. So I have these switches and they're hooked up to those valves. So if I turn on my hydrogen valve, which I guess I could have done that from down here. Is it refueling me? I don't know. No, it's still at 80%. So I think I would have to put a pull filter on or a push. So I could set up a push filter on the station dock. Let's try that. Yeah, you're trying to fill your tanks. Yeah, it's a little tricky. Like I said, it's been a long time since I refueled because the fuel lasts forever. I don't remember how it worked before they changed this. Let's try it with a push filter, though. So this is the docking connector on my base. I'm going to create a new push filter. It's going to be a, I think, is it fluid? Yeah, fluid hydrogen. And I'll also create, well, actually, we won't create an oxygen one because we don't really need it. So this should, in theory, push if it can push. That's the theory. Now my valve is off. No, it's on. Never mind, I left it on. So we're still at 80%. Yeah, interesting. Oh, because it's tied to the switch. Where am I? I'm lost in my own ship. Where's the docking connector? There it is. Yeah, so that's on. There is a push filter. And yeah, it's not refilling. Is that, is it broken maybe? I've got 4,000 liters in my tank. Oh, I didn't hook the pipes back up. I was redoing the docking connector. I didn't hook the pipes back up. Derp. Let's try that again. After we hook up the pipes. Sorry. I was redoing this docking connector and I forgot. I had disconnected the pipes. I was trying a bigger conveyor to see if it would go very much faster. So I'm going to temporarily remove the conveyor from there, and we'll just pipe over real quick to the hydrogen and test it. I think with the push filter, that's what we need to do. I don't care if this is pretty or anything. Just kind of test it. All right, these things are picky about what angle you come in. Wow, that's hard to see against the ocean. And we can't put a full piece in, so we need to go to the little slice. Then you just slice up to it. Once you see this little thing that pokes into the container, then you know you're connected with the pipe. Okay, so now that we're actually piped up to the docking connector. Yeah, size definitely matters on these. I just wasn't sure if it would be enough of a gain, because I used to have the smaller conveyor on here. And I don't think it is, so I'll probably end up replumbing all this. So we created the push filter to push hydrogen to stuff that's docked here. So in theory now that we actually have a pipe hooked up, we should fill with hydrogen. So let me go flip the switch. There we go, 86%. So that's how you do it now since they changed the docking connectors. Just make sure your pipe's connected and then create a push filter. Or depending on how you want to set it up, you could put a pull filter on your vehicle as well. The reason I didn't do that is because there are missions where you need to give oxygen and stuff to other ships. So I didn't want to have any filter on here necessarily. So there's no filters on my ship, but on the base one, I have a push. Yeah, that's how it works now. I think before they did this, it had like a just push or pull as an option, maybe. I forget. It's been a long time since I refueled. All right, where was I? I was making stuff. I was getting iron. And then I forgot to turn this on. Now this is set to pull stuff in. It doesn't necessarily work. We'll see if it's in a good mood today. Oh, it's in a good mood today. All right, cool. This is intermittent in whether it works or not. Now I want to do the iron first. Let me move that over. Once it's done this set of crystals, it should pull in that iron. There it goes. So I'll start cooking on the iron. Hopefully it will pull. I want to see if it pulls more in. Yeah, you're welcome, Austin. Happy building. I've learned a lot from others on YouTube, so I'm just paying it forward. There's been a few patches since I played, so maybe this is fixed now. Let's see if it keeps pulling in the iron, because we have a ton of iron. Yeah, it's going to keep pulling it in. All right, cool. Oh, it pulled the rock in too, but that's okay. How much rock do I have in here? I don't want it to do the rock. All right, I'm going to get totally distracted. I want to redo my smelter setup. So what I want to do is put a filter into the smelter. Also, something I ran into, you can only have 4 connections on a cargo container. Or is it 3? I forget. Anyway, that's why I had this junction here. I want to set up a filter. Because I don't want this pulling in just anything to smelt. I don't want it to process the rock right now. Let's bring this over and we're going to put in a filter. And this is one of those blocks where you can't tell which direction it's going. You just have to guess. It's going the wrong direction, so I want to come over here and attach it to this face. It seems to be pretty consistent. The arrow points towards the face you're connecting to. It's one way to remember that. Up here. All right, I'm going to set my filter, and we're going to say, by default, it's going to be set up usually correctly. So we're going to create a new filter, and I only want it to bring in these ore. I don't want it to be able to bring in the stone. So I'm going to pull the stone out of it. Actually, I'm not sure if I don't care about crystals either. I've got so much silicon, it's ridiculous. Alright, so let's test this. Let's actually take the iron out. Has nothing in it. Let's see if that works the way I think it's going to work. So it shouldn't be able to pull in anything except ore now. So I think we're good. It'll just process any ore. It'll leave the rock alone. Awesome. There we go. That's working. You guys should be getting some iron soon, so you'll get happy again. Right? Push out to connected inventories. Is that? Oh, right. Derp. Why is it not working? I need a filter so it can actually pull out the iron ingots. So we need a filter going back the other direction. So we'll let that run. We need another filter. I can't put a thing there. So let's see if we can do just a junction here. I don't know if this will work or not. Let's find out. So I want a junction there. And I want a tube going back that way. I want another junction here. This may get really confused. I want another view, and then I want a filter pointing that direction. Where's the direction? But it had a little arrow on it. Okay, well, let's pretend like it's facing the right direction. And I only want this to bring through ingots. And then in theory, hook this back up and everything's happy. I don't know where the arrow went. Maybe once you set a filter, it disappears the arrow and it just does that on all of them? I don't know. You guys are still idle, so I have a feeling it's not able to push those through. It could be that this is backwards now. I'm not sure. Let's turn this off. And we're going to empty this out. Let's me do it that way. No, those guys are going because they got ingots. Well, now it shows the filter. What? Okay. So that is the right direction. Should only let ingots through. And you should only let ore through. It doesn't seem like it's pushing. I think it's, yeah, I think it may be glitched. It's not pulling that through. But what I found though is if you turn push pull on here, unless they fixed it, it messes it up. Let's try this here. Let's turn this one on. So it will pull any ingots out in theory. Oh, that might actually work. Maybe they fixed that. Yeah, there we go. It's pulling. Okay, it's pulling them out now. I think that's all working as intended. Let's get back to the ship. Let's get this closed in and see if we can get some oxygen and stuff going. So let's go back to our building. Oops. Oh, right. Fix that. Alright, so I need you not to come down all the way. I need you to... Oh, I don't want you to change stuff when I don't tell you to change stuff, game. That's really annoying user experience. I don't need you to try to guess what I want, game. I need you to just do what I tell you to do. Okay, so we got that all there, and then we need to come across with this guy. Means I need a temporary block there, so I can get this guy to do that. So I can come across there. Need another temporary block there. There we go. You get some lights in here too, because it's all gray. It's getting hard to tell what's what. Okay, that in theory is airtight. It's a good theory. Alright, gravity is now in effect. I don't have any of the stuff I need though. I want to set up, I need some oxygen tanks in here. Then we'll see if we can get this to seal. So we could just put a little bitty oxygen tank. Let's get a little bigger than that. I don't know that we need much though. Well, this may be a long haul miner, so we'll go with that for the oxygen tanks. It's an airtight theory. So we'll change these over to oxygen, and they do provide for life support. Luckily, we don't have to pipe that yet. Then I think we need possibly, what we can do, we've got 3. Could do that for the tanks. What if we did it? Does that just glitch through the tank if it's there? It does. Okay. That's kind of annoying. That kind of thing bothers me. It probably shouldn't, but it does. Alright, so if the door is there... Yeah, so it can only come to like here, basically. So I could do that to get a spacer. Honestly, that might be enough hydrogen. I do have to pipe this, so I got to keep that in mind. Maybe a little bit of a pain. Might come up overhead. Hydrogen tanks do need to be piped to stuff. Like we need some reactors and whatnot in here. I think I have reactors on me. Yeah, let's get the reactors so we know where they're going to be. For now, let's throw this stuff in here. We start getting some things set up. I thought I had reactors built. Not seeing reactors here. Not in there. I tried to keep that just to be raw components. Reactor. I would have swore I built extra reactors. Maybe I ended up using those on my other ship. Unless I'm just blind. I'm not seeing a reactor here anywhere. Yeah, I'm not seeing a reactor. Or maybe I went to build some reactors and I was out of something? I'm not sure. How are you guys doing? You're almost done with the whole parts. Excellent. Let's get you on a reactor. We'll build one each one of these. And we'll get some more delicious hull parts. We were chugging through the iron. It looks like the smelter is a little bit faster than the 2 assemblers, so that's good. It is slowly working its way through. Filter system is working beautifully. We've actually used up a small percentage of our hydrogen for a change. That's almost always full. I remember how I had this set up. That just goes to that button. Alright, cool. I'm going to put another button in here. And we'll link it up. Do I have buttons? I do. Or no, it was different than the switch. Don't have any more buttons. Alright, time to build some buttons. I didn't want to do that. I wanted to stay on automatic mode. Hey! Let me in! I own this place. Alright, you're doing your thing. But, make me a butt. Buttons are always handy. We'll have each one make a set of 4. There we go. Let's just go ahead and stick another button right here by these guys. So I can turn on that electrolyzer when I want to. So we'll just link that to this button. No, it's not gonna let me do that. Are you already linked? Oh, you're already linked to here, right. So you're linked to that button. So I need to link this, but you can also use an OR gate. That's what I did for the door. This is another way to do it if you don't want to use an OR gate. Alright, now I should be able to turn on that electrolyzer when I'm over here. Tink. You can see the hydrogen going back up. But let's add an indicator light as well. The assemblers do not share their queue at the moment. They were designed that way, and it was so buggy they turned that feature off until they can fix it. So eventually they'll share. They'll be able to share. Floodlights. No, I want an indicator light. Looks like I might be out of those as well. Alright, let's grab our reactor. Have our storage unit. Have our hull. You were nearly done getting ready to make your reactor. Alright. Indicator light. You just make one of those? It doesn't say ×4 on the pop-up. I'm pretty sure that makes 4 of those. Or not. Okay. That's when you try to drag stuff, it drops on the floor. Oh, right. This wants a little pedestal. Sit on. I forgot. I don't think it has any other variations, does it? Nope. Okay, well... Hit the right button. Oh, if I could hit the right button. There we go. Let's just do that. And then we'll move the button over as well. Stick the button. Yeah, like that. And then where did this get linked to? This get linked to... Oh, I got linked to the control panel one. Whee! Alright, you get linked to there. And then you... The indicator light needs to get linked to there? Is it linked to it? Yeah, okay. Need to link from the switch, which maintains the state, to here. There we go. Clear as mud. So all the push buttons are daisy chained together over to that toggle switch. So every time you push a push button, it toggles the toggle switch, either off or on. And then the indicator lights are also fed off the toggle switch. So now if I turn that on, the indicator light comes on. We know our electrolyzer's working. It's a little convoluted, but it does make sense. So now I can turn that on if I want to fill up and I'm in here. I can just glance. I can also do that from in here. I'm clipping through the floor. I can also do that in here. I need to get some more like signage and stuff up. This is the water tank that feeds the analyzer. Stuff like that, so anywho. Should be done with those. We got our other reactor. Let's grab that. Let's go get some reactors put on our ship. So my thought was have the reactors sit right here. I don't think they need to be that big, though. Doesn't take much, it doesn't seem like. So, what if we had a pipe junction come out? I'm going to go ahead and put this up here just so it's easier to do. Then those could, in theory, run through the floor, I think. Look at that. Is it possible to build a shield at your stationary base? I don't know. I haven't done anything with shields. I don't really know anything about them. I would think so, but like I said, I don't know how they work. No, it won't let you build into there. Got it. You go through the floor, but not the cargo bay. I think I accidentally got into the cargo bay. So what if we did a little bit of cheese and we put the pipe in the floor? Like that. Then the pipe's just running through the floor to connect those two. We can't go into the cargo bay, so we'd have to go to the floor to a docking connector. So I should come down. Now I have to delete the floor to get rid of that. I think. If we did. Oh no, it did just delete the elbow. Alright, cool. Like that. And then we can tie in through the floor to where we're bringing hydrogen on board, which is yet to be determined. Okay, you should have no hydrogen in you. Yep, you're 0%. That's a little tip, by the way. If you have your link tool, just click on stuff. It'll give you info about it. Here you go. And then we need to do the same for these tanks to get them connected. I don't think you can share... Can you share pipe networks? I don't know. Like, can I just pipe these oxygen tanks into here? And have one pipe go to a docking connector? Does that work? Inquiring minds want to know. Yeah, I need to go over a bit. Or just move my oxygen tank over. Center up the oxygen tank on that dot. I don't know if that'll work. We'll find out. So I know a lot of the space stations have docking connectors where I could dock on the side. Or even the top. The top might be a thing. But I have to get my pipe network up to the top. So I'm thinking maybe side docking connectors would be a good thing. Then we're getting into the engine nacelle territory, though. Also, I need piping to get out to the engines. So maybe it'd make more sense to have the engines down here. It's going to end up looking like a old school Star Trek landing shuttle. Yeah, let's get rid of these. Possibly have them down here. You can use them as pass-through. Yeah. Yeah, that's why I'm thinking. That's why I'm thinking this will work with just one pipe network. I haven't tried that, but the way other things work in the game, it would kind of make sense. I've got those in completely the wrong position, don't I? There we go. So let's get our engine sorted out. I think we're done for now with tanks. Reactors. Need some thrusters. I'm gonna need more. I can't remember what the space engines are called. I need more of those. So we have to go to light cruise engine. I need more of these. So we have to go to space and get some more sunstone. Yeah, I don't think you can connect a pipe to cargo, so I don't think that would work. Let's work on an engine. This is going to be like a fake engine here. And then you can do round or you can do square thrusters. I like the look of the square thrusters. So I wonder if we should do like... thinking maybe thrusters and then light cruise engine. We do it kind of in the middle maybe. We need more blocks to play with. That's clear. Let's just do... just do this for now. Just have a surface to play with. How much does that use? That uses half. Okay. So I could actually do a little more of that. So we could do that. And we'll have to go get more sunstone so I can make more light crews. I don't know if that's big enough for this ship. I'm wondering then if we do this, that's not going to be nearly enough thrust, so I don't think. So we need to go a lot more forward with these guys. I'm just kind of spitballing, getting an idea of what we could do here. And once we have more sunstone, have the light crews like in the middle. Would I run out of regular thrusters too? Ooh, I thought I had more than enough thrusters. Apparently not. Got our buttons done. Yeah, I used all my thrusters. Okay. Well, guys, it's time to make more thrusters. Now, you one of these that makes like a ton? And you say you're only making one? That might be the case. Tell it to make one, and we'll see how we get along. Yeah, it makes 4. That's the one that the pop-up doesn't say ×4, but it does make 4. So we'll make a total of 4. Total of 32 new ones. Why did you quit working? Because of reasons? Yeah, that's the problem with this. It just randomly quits working. There's still 75 iron ore in there. Sometimes you turn it off and on, it'll work. Sometimes you have to manually drag stuff in there. Sometimes you can play around with the options. It'll start working again. It's cantankerous. Wait. The iron ores. Oh, it is out of iron ore. Never mind. I was looking at the stone up there. That's all good. We're all good. We made all the iron. Everything's working perfectly. Pay no attention to the man behind the camera. He doesn't know what he's talking about. This one's just about ready to make its last one. We've already burned through a bunch. We've got 60 iron left, basically. Okay, now we got 48 thrusters. See how we get along. What's up, cat? Cat says meow. My guess is Mama came home and then... Cat likes to come down here in my office and then meow at the furnace room door until I open it. And then she looks in and then she leaves. Alright, thrusters. We need more thrusters. Send your meows back. You got it. Hey, cat. Chat says meow. I'm wondering if we did this, that'd be 3, 4. all of that. Delete that. Delete that. Sorry, talking to the lovely Mrs. Kerbo. Did your cat go up with you? Where was I? Got distracted. So we want to come forward with the thrusters. Like that. Ooh, so I need 48 more thrusters? No, I need a lot more thrusters. Wait, what? Oh, I didn't pick up the extras over here. Okay, so it takes 24 to go from here to... No, it takes a lot more than that. Why are all the things being weird? I accidentally deleted the light cruise, didn't I? That says 15, but it should be 30 times 2? Yeah, 60, okay. But it didn't make it over here. What the heck is going on? Where'd all my thrusters go? Yeah, the collector's switched off. That's why that switch is on the collector, to make sure it stays off. I had this happen before where parts just start disappearing. That's weird. No, now we're back to 72. I can't figure out the sizing here. Let me turn off mirroring. No, it's all good, Keo. You didn't know? Yeah, it says 15. So that would be 4? It takes all 72 to make that. That's why I'm confused. It says 18, but it takes 72. That says 6 out of 72. Oh, it's... Okay, so it's 72 if it's this size. Got it. That makes sense. Okay, I'm back. Sorry, wife's trying to upgrade Hulu, and it's tied to my email account, and I had to forward her a thing. Yeah, got it, Keo Breathless, got it. Now the math is mathing. So this is 4 times the size. That makes sense. That's why it said 18 out of 18. The math is now mathing. All right, so if we do 18 by 18, that's kind of where I want that to be. So I need a lot of thrusters. I Do I need this much thrust on this ship? That I'm not sure about. When we have a full load on, because I also need like side thrusters. No, that may be too much engine. Let's do a little more experimentation here. So we do this. What if we just did that many blocks? Just did like 9. Then we have that times 4. I think that might do it. Turn the mirroring back on. Alright, so I should just need 72 more, right? That would be 18 because it makes 4 at a time. So I need 18 more thrusters. Yeah, there's some really cool blueprints on the workshop by people that actually know how to build stuff good. People, not me. Yeah, we're got no more thrusters. So I need to make... I'm going to need some side thrusters as well. Each one of these makes 4. I need 18, so I need about... Let's make, say... 6 on each side. Have each assembler make 6. You get split up strangely sometimes. So we'll make more of those. And then how are we doing on iron ingots? We're blowing through them like a drunken sailor. Sweet. We're okay on wood and stuff. Let's make, while we're waiting, let's make some stone blocks. Yes, I know I'm overloaded. It's going to be okay, game. Actually, the assembler will make stone blocks for me, won't it? I'll just have the assembler do it. I have a spare assembler. I don't think I do. Do I need to build an assembler? Let's just make another assembler that'll just make stone blocks. Assembler needs 4 construction components, 2 silver contact mesh. Yeah, let's have you make an assembler. Yeah, I'm not much of a builder. This is kind of unusual for me. I wanted to go through a little bit more time on it. I usually just slap something together that's functional, call it a day. Which is what I did for this ship. It gets the job done. I went to space and got some sunstone. I guess we could do that while we're waiting on that to build stuff. You guys want to go to space? Hey, it's DC Dave. What's up, man? You'll see I did get your new account made as moderator. Wield the banhammer with care, sir. Yeah, we got a pretty chill community. We don't really have to do too much moderation activity. Knock on wood. Let's let's go to space and get some more sunstone. I need that for the light cruise engines anyway, so let's just do that. For those of you that haven't seen space and stuff like that. Oops. It'll be a grand adventure. Alright, we got that turned off. We're all topped off with things. We're going to turn on life support before I forget. Let's go to space. Currently bound to a wheelchair, so thankfully there's Starship. Awesome. Glad you got something to take your mind off of it. I went through spine surgery back in 2013. I know the immobility feeling, at least temporarily. I had a walker for a while. Took me 2 or 3 months. When I first injured my back, I couldn't walk normally for like a year or so. Now I just have to deal with back pain occasionally, making me immobile. Which I've been dealing with a lot in the last few weeks. It sucks. Like, you have to go lay down. It's the most... It sounds like laying around in bed all day is great until you have to do it. And you're like, man, this sucks. Alright, I could use my light cruise. Burn up some hydrogen. Remember, I just hold L. Whee! We're close to the planet, so we don't get going super duper duper fast, but we're going to go out here to these asteroids and we're going to do a little mining. And kick the light cruise off. There we go. Oh wow, big thunder outside. Apparently we got a thunderstorm rolling through. Ooh, we got some sunstones right here on this guy. So these little orange dots, I don't know if you can see those on YouTube. There's little orange dots here. So let me turn on my collector. Come here, you. There we go. Hopefully that went in the cargo. This ship has a problem with cargo not going in the collector. It'll just bang around inside the ship sometimes. What are you? Oh, you're crystals. So I'm looking for that like yellow glint. It's a lot easier to do it when you're on the sun side, but we'll find them. These, I think they're called sun crystals or something like that. Sunstones. You need them to make the light cruise engine. Yep, got a few more. There's some more over there. I don't remember how many we need, so we'll just get a bunch. Yeah, right, Keo? I know the feeling. Oh, I didn't get all of them. There he goes. Cat, what is your deal? Cat's back down here. Keep getting distracted. The family's home now, so get distracted. I'm blessed. I get to work from home, so then I took this afternoon off. I'm putting in a lot of hours. Woo! My company, as long as you're getting your stuff done and you work hard when you need to and then take time off when you need to. It's pretty nice. I think those are kind of like the other crystals. You have to kind of break them up so they'll get collected. I think those got collected. Alright, let me get this cluster and then I'm going to hop out and see how many we have in the tank. Only 8. Okay. We might want to get about double that. Also, if I open that trap door... Is that considered a leak? No, it went back to nominal. Weird. So, like, when it's opening, it's not? I'm not sure. Stuff's kind of glitchy in this game. Yeah, when you toggle the trapdoor, it's not airtight. But once it's open or closed, it's airtight. Fun. Oh, you're going to Mexico, Dave? Nice. Well, have fun. Is that just you and the wife, or are you taking the whole family down there? We went to, was it Cozumel one time? The kids were pretty little. Never take a 1-year-old on a cruise. Just saying. What are you? That coal? I kind of wish you could access your inventory from the pilot seat. Oh, it's just dark stone, I guess? Eh. Oh, nice. Well, have fun, man. I know how hard you work, so it's well deserved. Whoa, look at that. It's all like hollow inside. I do have lights on the ship, but lighting and lights in this game are not great. I don't know what that is. Oh, that's my base. A little marker for my base. I don't think there's much in here, so. Looking for more of those yellow glints. I'm not seeing any on this side. You'd think the sunstone would be on the sun side. I'm not seeing any. We have to go check another asteroid, I think. Whoa, horsey. Let's see any deposits at all on that asteroid. Oh wait, they're on the back. Weird. So the sunstone and stuff is on the non-sun side. Okay. You do you, game. Come here, sunstone. Don't be shy. Yeah, they're all on the dark side. Interesting. Yeah, I was going to check. Did I turn down the power on this collector? It seems kind of weak. Let's see. H for helmet. Turn off the light support. Life, not light support. Life support. Then it automatically turns on your jetpack when you're in 0G, which is kind of handy. No, the pull range is full. Weird. Okay. I'm stranded in space. I beg to differ, game. Alright, so the collector is collecting. It's just being kind of weird today. Maybe they changed something. That looks like gold. Is that gold? Grab a little bit of it. Yeah, if there's a way to access your ship inventory from the seat, I'm not aware of what it is. All right, we got 12 sunstone. Yeah, that is gold. That looks like gold. It would be lovely if we could access the inventory from our screen. When we're seated, if you hit tab, it puts you in boost mode. As we found out earlier. Okay, that should be 2 more. I'd like to get about 16. Another cluster. Another set. Oh no, that's the 2 that didn't get collected. Come on, guys. Gotta wait for it to suck it in there. In theory, this should get a 16 if this pops out a couple. Yeah, I think we should have 16 now. Let's verify that real quick. 17. That'll work. We should go for 20. Maybe we should go for 20. Since we're close. Alright, where you at, little yellow crystals? Any more on this asteroid? Like, I'll go to space and go back down, and I can't even tell I've used any fuel. So, I don't know what's up with that, but I guess that's good. Whoa! Or else the fuel gauge doesn't work. Okay, I think that's... Is that the one we came from? That looks a little too smooth. Hey, Nova. I'm not sure what was wrong with docking. They changed docking. Docking's always worked for me, but they added filters to it. Yeah, that's the one I think we scanned that didn't have any stuff on it. Oh, really? Yeah, I don't know. I haven't had that problem. They're putting out sometimes multiple patches a day fixing problems, so maybe? Did you put in a bug report with your log files? The dev is super responsive on GitHub when you submit bugs. I've had bugs fixed within 24 hours. Pretty darn impressive. Not saying every bug will get fixed that quick, but you may fill out the bug report and give them some log files. It really helps. There's instructions somewhere on how to do that. I think it might be on the Steam discussion forum. Oh, look at that. We got a ton of sunstone. Let's mine these and then we'll head back down to the planet. If you just tuned in, I went to space to get more sunstone because I need more sunstone to build the light cruise engine on the ship we're building. So this is my little like starter utility ship. It's a piece of crap, but it gets the job done. It's like the little Datsun pickup of the space world. Alrighty, let's head back to base. Talking never shows up for you? You have to target it. So like I have my base targeted right now with R. R will switch through targets. You see down here in your, it moves with me. Lower left, or sorry, lower right. Then when you have the target up there, just hit F to bring up your options. And if you're close enough, you'll have the option to request docking. I'll show you. We're going to go dock to my base right now. Yeah, it's just a little runabout, get work done kind of ship. Nothing special. So I don't know if it's kilometers. So we are 1,018 meters from my base right now that I've got locked. Hit F. I get request dockings. So when you're within like a kilometer or two, you should get request docking. It's going to tell me I'm too far away. Please get close to new entity. I haven't named my base. I should probably do that. And then I'm going to hit X to cancel autopilot. Because it does, I'm not sure if it's intended behavior. It like orients 90 degrees to the dock, and then we'll turn left and line up and then dock. So my docking connector is right here in the middle of the screen. So I'm going to come down here, and I want to dock like this. So I'm going to get down here pretty close to it. And I just hit my F again and go to request docking. I'll go to external view, and then it's going to come in, like I said, 90 degrees off. And then it'll rotate around, and then it should scoot over, and it'll turn green when it's locked up. Boink. There you go. Then you're docked. When you're placing the docking connector, it's important to make sure the arrow's pointing the right way. Turn off my life support, collector, and we will extend the solar panels. So when I place this docking connector, I think it's the red arrow, whichever arrow is pointing out. The red arrow is pointing that way, so that's like the front, if that makes sense. And then the docking connector on the ship is the same way. The arrow is pointing towards the front of the ship. That's how it will orient itself. And there is a docking orientation. I don't know. I haven't tried anything else. I just leave it on the default. And it works. I like that it lines up with the landing pad like that. It's just weird that it does the 90 degree and then turns. But whatever, it works. Alright, I need to turn that off. Turn that off. We need to go get some light cruise engines fired up. So, did it pull the sun? I'm not sure it pulled the sun crystals in here. I want to grab those extra thrusters and grab that assembler. Yeah, I don't think it's pulling the sunstones in, so let's open that up. Go to... Oh, wait. I unconnected the conveyor, didn't I? I forgot. I was playing with the pipes earlier. I will take these out manually. And we'll stick them in the cargo. How about that? Doink, 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 doink. I know I'm too full. It's okay. I'm going to break my ankles, but we'll make it. We'll make it. Clunk. All right, we'll throw all that in there. Throw this. We got ended up with 24 sunstone, so that's a good haul. I need to get a back door made over here. I never have got that done either. Hitting the wrong buttons again. Okay, light cruise engine. I don't remember if this makes one or multiple. I'm going to queue up one in each assembler, and we'll let them chew through it. How do I put my solar panels on an angle? I'll show you real quick. Super easy. And you don't even need these. These are just convenient. So I have a rotator, and I have a hinge, basically. So slap down a rotator, slap a hinge on top of that, slap your solar panels on that. And then you can either go into the F menu on each one of these and set the degrees like that, or what I like to do is hook up these little slide switches, and then each one of those is linked. So this is linked to back and forth, this is linked to up and down. Then you just adjust them with the sliders or with the numbers inside. And then what you can do is you get your link tool, click on the solar panel. It'll tell you the efficiency there. So mine is 99.9%. So I just rotated it around until it got to 99.9% for maximum efficiency. That's all there is to it. Someday we may have like circuits or something that'll do it for us, but until then. And then I could even pull these off. I just left them there. Whatever. They're cheap to make. Hope that helps. Okay, what was I doing? I was making light cruise engines. And I needed to make some more thrusters. I got some more thrusters. So let's get back to that. I can never remember which way to scroll. There we go. I didn't have quite enough, did I? I need a total of 9 times 4, so 36. Right? Am I doing my maths correctly? Because it says I have 3 of this size. So each of these sizes is 4. Yeah. So I need 24 more. Then I can make that. But I also need side thrusters. So there's that. Need like at least 36 more thrusters. Probably. Alright, you made some light cruise. So I want you to make one more of those. Cool. So we have plenty of the, what are these called? Sunstones. You, I want to make thrusters. So we will make, that is 4. Screw it, let's just make 40 more. Let it chug. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with the solar setup. I might do a quick video on that. I did a quick video on how to make that automated door. Got pretty good response. I might make one on this. This is super, super simple, but people might not think about it. Alright, we do have some hull again, so while we're waiting on this stuff to chug, let's kind of work more on this part. I want to put some more greebling around that, but we need to tie this into the front of the ship somehow. This construction anchor and the switch are going to go away. They're just there temporary. Actually, while I'm thinking about it, I want to do some stone ejectors. Let's set that up real quick. Nope, wrong button. So I want to go to my conveyors. Those are kind of flipping huge, aren't they? What if we just tie that into the size? I don't think they need to be that big, but then again, I'm getting distracted by so many different things. Let's get this assembler out of here. Switching gears here for a second. Let's get some storage real quick. I want to make some stone blocks. So we're going to say, give me some storage here. Give me an assembler here. Look that up. I gotta stop and think about all the different controls. All right, we'll put all of our stone into here. And then I'm going to say, push output, pull needed, that's fine. Repeat queue endlessly, yes. And I want you to just make stone blocks out of stone. Out of stone or... No, that should work. Okay. I think maybe it'll pull either one in. I just want you to make lots of stone blocks. Okay, you have stone. Can't pull 2 stone. You're definitely hooked in. You're hooked in. Okay, I don't know what that problem is. Let's go get the rest of our stone, though. I have too many things. Alright, we're going to have to waddle back outside. Can I get out the door before it auto-closes again? No! Nope. Oh, the Spaceball ship? Nice. I don't know why, but it takes a while for the door to reset. Is that should... I'd like put that against the wall, so it should have power, right? Let's dump this stuff in here so I can walk again. Okay. Now it's working because reasons. All right, whatever. Don't question it, just roll with it. What was I doing before I got distracted again? Oh yeah, I was going to put the stone down and then I'm going to grab... No, I've already got some of the... No, I don't. Put those there. I got very distracted. We're going to tie this in somehow. And I got completely distracted. I do have more thrusters now, though. How many did I need? Was it like 36? Or is this enough to finish these out? Nope, not quite enough. That's what I thought. I was waiting on those. Now let's just clip through everything. You were out of something. What are you out of? We're out of iron again? Oh, it never ends, chat. It just never ends. I'll let you process the gold and stuff, but yeah, we're out of iron again. So we're gonna have to take the flying box truck out and get some more iron real quick. Whoa! Always forget to recenter my mouse. Whee! This iron pit is almost done. It's got a little bit more in here. This has been a good deposit, though. It's got a lot of iron in it. Hey, we dug down to the water table. Look at that. I haven't figured out a way to show how full your cargo is on your ship. Tried hooking up to a screen, it wouldn't link. But I know once this stops collecting, then of course it's full. Mining beam's been a little weird. Still pulling it in. We're just about out of iron, though. Looking for those little streaks in the rock to tell you there's metal in it. Yeah, I think we're full. It doesn't appear to be picking up anything anymore, and that's pretty much dried out, so we'll head back. Turn off my collector. And I think I'll just land over here. I gotta pull the stuff out by hand anyway. Chunk. Don't tip over. Good ship. When you're on the outside, you can just pop over here to the collector and grab stuff. So I'm going to severely overload myself. And we'll waddle over to the stone drop-off. 547%. Nice. Jetpack helps a little bit. Not much. At least it seems to. Maybe it's a placebo effect. Alright, take all my stone. Oh, you're full. You're really full. Needs more cargo. Again, I don't know why that's just not... I don't know why that's not percolating. It's a lot of stone. Now I need to waddle inside and drop off the iron ore. I'm not going to make it. Let me in! Alright, have some iron ore. I guess I heard the furnace kick off again. So what's your deal? If you like manually put it in there, then it takes off. Whatever. Backpack. Yeah, I didn't put that in there, I guess. Alright, we'll let that chug away again on making stone. Where was I? What was I doing? I needed to get more thrusters, but we were out of iron. Yeah, I think we might have enough to finish off that one now. Yeah, there we go. All right, so we have all those. So that's good. Grab this stuff back. And I'm there. I don't know. I don't think we have enough to do the full light cruise. Let's see if we can get like 2 blocks worth. Oh yeah, plenty. Now, will that be enough thrust for this ship? I don't know. We'll find out. Possibly. It might possibly be enough. But we also need side thrust, so the thing can maneuver. So I'm thinking about putting that into this wall here. So let's temporarily get rid of that. We can go back to this. That would be our side thrusters. Now, when this is full of ore, it may be really hard to maneuver. I don't know yet. And then we had just this size on here, right? Something like that. I did that bottom one wrong, didn't I? That's why it looked funny. There we go. So it's just kind of like a blister pack on the side here. It's not awful. It's not great. It's not awful either. So these are the only functional parts of the engines back here. So none of this matters. That's the only functional part. So now I want to fill in and make it look like an actual spaceship engine nacelle. Wondering though if I should let's have some depth to it. I was gonna add outside depth. I think instead we'll do this. We can add detail parts in there. Yeah, I gotta get hydrogen out here somehow, but I can, in theory, run that out through the floor piping in here, and then through this and into there. That's the theory. I kind of wanted to get this center part kind of figured out. What's over here? Stuff. Do 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 do. Talking about the stone. I'm going to be using that on the ship. I think I'm done with the light cruise for now. Yeah, I keep forgetting about these beveled panels. There's all kinds of good little detail pieces we can have. So let's go with this. You're not gonna let me do that, are you? Know what I want to do. I just gotta figure out how to get the game to do that. I have to put a block in there, I guess. The middle. And do it like that. Yeah. That's the ticket. Oh, you were in a asteroid field? That turned out bad for you? So you know what? I'm having... Don't worry, I'll only redo this about 27 times, and then it'll be fine. Just having second thoughts. What if we did this instead? Get some more depth to it. Alright, let's see if we can get our piping over to our engines. So if we come out through the side of the ship... I do like how you can like ghost image build stuff inside of other things. That works pretty well. Alright, we come up to there, and then we're gonna have to use a slice or two to get connected. There we go. That should be our light cruise engines plumbed in. These engines are the main thrusters. They just use power, so electrical power. So you don't have to pipe anything to them. Alright, I want some kind of like, I don't know, scoop or something on here to make it look interesting. So let's play around a little bit with that concept. I'm just spitballing here. Let's block it out and see what it looks like. Yep, that's backwards. That's not what I wanted to do. That's what I wanted to do. Do. That's boring. Redo that. Get my pieces back. So far away, it wasn't really coming through. Yeah, I need to do something different with the sides. We got this side over here. Let's go down a... Oops. Let's go down a block size. I wanted to do that backwards. Yeah, then I don't really need the round parts, do I? Unless we would just want like a lot more depth to that. I don't think I want the round parts in the front. I'm going to keep the round parts in the back. That's the part I was looking for. I guess we kind of like grill, or I don't know how to do this detail. We might just do a bunch of greebling with the small blocks and some paint to make it look like something. I should have done this on this side. So let's do that. Yep. Oh, crap. I clicked on the wrong thing. Whoopsie. Well, that gives a lot of depth to it, doesn't it? There you go. Put the piece back. Yeah, yeah, an undo button would be great. All right, let's do a little painting real quick. What color is that? That's a default color. I think that's pretty much the default color, isn't it? That's a little bit lighter. I'm gonna make this orange so I can tell what it is. I guess we could make that, or I need like some really bright color. That's bright enough. Right click it, puts it back to default color, by the way. Yeah, there's not a whole lot of color selection. Yeah, that's that yellow. And if you put two of them in there, they stack. I don't know. I'm just going to play around and we'll see what kind of a look we can come up with. And we also have some materials we can make it like metallic and whatnot. Yeah, exactly what Kia said. There's metallic finishes as well. Let me get rid of some of this stuff. For now. Actually, I'm going to leave some of that stuff up there. Let's keep the roundy bits. And those bits. And the tile bits. I keep forgetting about the tile bits. The beveled. And then let's go to materials. We can change lots of coatings. There's also decals, which can be fun. Oh, you can just delete the whole row. Yeah, look at that. That's fun. All right, let's get our grays all together. We'll definitely be using a lot of those. And then we're going to want a red, a yellow, a green, a blue. I don't think we'll be using purple any necessarily. And then materials. Let's put all our materials for now on this bar. We'll do a little bit of painting for a while just for something different. And we're not going to finish this spaceship, this stream, by the way. Long ways to go. Oh, and I got to get off here in probably 30 minutes or so. Yeah, I think I do like the yellow. But let's play around a little bit with, we got the different finishes. What would a copper look like in there? I wish you could do a material and a paint. But it seems to be one or the other. Right? So if I hit that with yellow, say, no, let's make it this. It goes back to its normal material, right? Yeah. I don't love those. Oh, and the paint mirrors as well. Just FYI. I want something different here, but I want to do different here. Maybe something like this. I don't love it, but it's something. It's some detail at least. Alright, let's take that back to default color. A lot of my pipes, I like to use the metallic stuff on a lot of pipes. I think gold's probably a little overkill. Yeah, let's try some of the others. What did I use over here? I think I just color coded them. No, I used the copper for everywhere. Okay. I don't think I want copper though for the hydrogen. That's bright and shiny, isn't it? That's the default. That doesn't seem to be doing anything. Let's go with that for now. Oh yeah, it just changes the ends on that piece. You can change the color of your engines using the paint tool. So desire, I think I'll leave those blue. These I kind of want maybe a yellow. Different. These are gonna be nice for like pipes and stuff, kind of just structure looking things. Cool. I haven't really played with this stuff that much. That's neat. Oh, what? I should probably use that in here, actually. Yeah, I'm going to redo that. You can use those tiles in there to make it look neat. And then we got these. Do various things with. Just for some depth. And like I said, this is the kind of stuff that I'm kind of crap at. I'm not very good at making things look good. Alright, so let's do that. It's gonna look too ridiculous if I do 2 of those. Like, how did I mess that up? That's how you mess that up. Just like that. Perspective is a funny thing. Let's try that again, shall we? Less panning if we go ahead and make these full pieces like they should have been from the start. There we go. Third time's a charm. Bam. Look at that. Nailed it. First try. We don't have like a dome kind of thing, do we? Like a half round? I don't remember seeing that anywhere. Oh. Could pick up all my pieces that were falling over here because I wasn't close enough. Yeah, I don't really like that. Let's get rid of that. Okay, it's starting to come together. Let's do a little more rampy stuff up here. Okay, that's going to tie into that. Oops. So let's just taper a bit back here. Let's make this piece. I have it pretty solid over on this side where it connects to the ship, is the idea. I liked having that round there, but it just doesn't really tie into anything, so I think I'm going to get rid of it. Good idea, just not the right place for it. We can weave in like some supports or something there, but that's the basic idea. This is the side you're going to be looking at more anyway, so I want to have that in a little more detail. So, other than just a boring flat top, what do we want up here? This has got good detail, like on the side of it, so I don't want to cover that up. These engines are kind of boring. That was my reference. So we're picking up all of our pieces that are dropping off. Somehow I messed that up. There we go. Nope. So close. Well, that gives let's give us a chance to make some detail here. So let's do that. Where'd my little tile piece go? Here we go. Now it's your time to shine, little tile piece. You don't want to let me have you stick out. Okay. How can I put you edge on? Just not allowed to do that? Alright. Do it like that, I suppose. There you go. I'd like to just repeat that along, but... okay. Here, so... We'll find a way. Do that, then we can put the plate on the bottom like that. Then we can come along here and put the plate there. We'll fix that eventually. I wasn't using the right one. Whoops. I wanted to use this one. Need to collect all these blocks. I kind of know what I want to make. It's just hard to get it. You can't always put stuff where you want to put it. You have to kind of figure out little tricks. Oops. Little tricks like deleting the wrong thing. Alright, so let's get that. Then back over to this guy. He likes to switch parts on you, so you gotta be careful. Then what if I put a block between these? Oops, a block between these guys? We do a little bit of what I'm thinking about, and we'll see how it looks. Ah, it's not gonna let me put that on there. Bad nabbit. So I have to have a block. Here. I have to do the same thing again. Switch back between 8 and 5. Only have to rotate every one of these. Maybe there's a trick I'm missing, but it seems like it's hard to get it to snap, or it doesn't want to snap. So I'm trying to do some detail like that. That's the idea. Yeah, I think that's what I want. Make sure I click the right area. So I'd love to be able to snap to that face. I don't know how to make it do that. Doesn't want to snap to that. If you rotate, it just rotates around that plane. Maybe I'm missing something? I don't know. So that's why I have to put a block on every one of these and then alternate back and forth. It'll all be worth it in the end, right? That is the smallest block, right? I'm gonna need some more of this stuff here. Yeah, I can't put that there. That's a shame. Well, maybe I want that there for some contrasting shape anyway. And that won't let me place it where I want. And damn it. So it's off the alignment grid, unfortunately. Do that, I suppose. Not a terrible solution. Let's carry that through and we'll see what it looks like. One nice thing about this detailing works, it doesn't take a ton of material. Yeah, I don't like how that sticks out. We'll do it like that. Okay, now if I paint that, it should look cool. Theory? So what if we did like copper back in here? Ooh, or maybe I have another. Yeah, I think it gives it a little bit of pop. Oops. Come on. Yeah, nib it. No, not you. You. There we go. Copper or gold? I think the gold shows off the blemishes too much. And maybe the gold. I kind of like the gold look. Oops. You can use your middle mouse menu to just pick. I forgot about that temporarily. Yeah, there we go. Looks like something's happening in there. You tie in this little part here. No, that's not what I wanted to do. That's brass, it said. That works for me. There's some extra little pieces in there that don't need to be there, but I don't want to take it all back apart. Oh, I do need to paint these down here, though. I don't think I want to wrap this anymore, though. This is pretty tedious to get that to work, so we'll leave that be. I think most of the engine nacelle is going to be black. Let's do like a light gray. These guys. Unfortunately, these, only the ends get painted. If we did something bold like red, that kind of makes it pop a little bit. Most of this is going to be black. Then we'll have highlights here and there. I do have a light, don't I? I keep forgetting I have a light. Do I want to redo that? I'd like some thinner veins in there, so I think I will end up redoing this. I wish we had like emissive paints. That'd be slick. Oops. These guys, I think. Okay, so then we want to have... I want them closer together on this. So what if we did this? Let me try it. Let's see how this looks real quick. Let's do a little bit of this. With some nice yellow back in there, possibly. Do some lights. Yeah, we may play around with some lights too. Haven't done a whole lot with those. Don't seem to work too well. At least the spotlights. Where's my ship? Put those lights on there. I think I like those. Let's see if we can make it all the way across. Before I run out of material. Ooh, let me get this here. Just got word that dinner's about ready. Sure, picking those up. Yeah, with this scoop, I kind of wanted to do something a little different in these guys. Let's do that. We'll continue across. Or maybe it would look okay if it was just like that. I'm not sure. Is there a copy paste? Why am I doing this like an idiot? I just happened to think, is there a copy paste? Why, yes there is. Let's see if it works. How does it work? No idea. No idea how that works. It didn't appear to paste it anywhere. Okay, we'll look into that. I don't know how that's supposed to work. It's not very intuitive. All right, I'm gonna soldier on, and then I need to get off here and go have dinner with my family. Pretty happy with how the ship's turning out so far, though. Like I said, I usually don't spend nearly as much time building ships. We're out there. I want to say I had some more of that stuff in here. We did get some more thrusters. Tile. There it is. Got a little bit more. We're gonna need to make some more tile though. Tile. Last tile. No, tile. Save each one of those to make 10 more. I don't remember if that does 4 at a time or not. Yeah, look at that. That's pretty cool though. I like it. Let's see if we can get this completed. And whether it lines up, more importantly. I don't remember if I had an even or odd. It's probably even spacing since it's blocks. Yeah, so it's going to be a little odd one out here. Unfortunately. That's okay. Maybe I could do the middle. I gotta look into that copy paste tool though. Learn how to use that. Where is the middle? That's a great question. It is 1.5 meters, so that's the middle. Right about there. So I had that. That's already mirrored, so just need to do this. Come here, little tile. Need all the tile I can get. We just have a little too wide. Right in the middle. I think I can live with that. Do we want gold back in there? Want it metallic? Not sure. Oh boy. This is trippy trying to line that up. I want to make it gold back in there for now, and then we can always change it. Then we need the veins, some kind of color. I don't know if I want to make them black or something else. Maybe a darker gray. I'm not sure. I kind of like that color. Let's roll with that for now. Very cool. Well, folks, I need to get off here and go have some dinner with the family. I'm liking that. Let's get a screenshot. It's not done yet, but it's starting to take shape. This is going to be my new, I think I called it medium minor. Let me get another blueprint. Yeah, medium minor Mark 1. Very impressive name. We'll come up with a better name for it eventually, but what the heck? Oh yeah, that was the middle piece that I was... Let's get rid of my measuring tool here. But thanks for hanging out on a Friday afternoon. Appreciate you. If you're new here, I do stream occasionally, but it's pretty random. I can't stream on any kind of a schedule. But I've been doing YouTube for over a decade. There's a ton of videos on the channel, all organized by playlists, all the different series I've done over the years. I play all kinds of survival, simulation, pew-pew, all kinds of things. I am missing a thruster. Hope you can find something you like. Thanks for sticking around. Yeah, I'm missing the thruster. I'm going to get totally distracted again. Alright, I got to quit. Wifey's going to get mad. See you later, folks. Have a great weekend. I'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.